shit. Come on. Oh. Yeah, Bubba. What are you doing? Oh, okay. So there's yard sales today. Okay. Sounds good. All right. Hey, I just wanted to make sure it's okay if I borrow a couple of those folding tables and folding chairs this weekend, right? Come Saturday and bring it back on Monday.
That's fine. How many are you taking?
I'm just taking 2 tables, and the wife said something like if I can get 10 to 12 folding chairs. I don't know what chairs.
You know where they are already.
I don't. This is the first time I've mentioned chairs to you. She just told me, asked me about chairs the other day, and I know you have some. I just don't know what.
So, what's the question? Is this inside or outside?
We're going to be outside. Yes, we're doing this outside.
So, don't know if I
If you don't have it, it's not still.
If it's going to rain, they can't sit.
Well, I can put them in the garage and only bring them out for the event. In fact, I'm thinking about coming Sunday morning, and depending on what time it's over, I might just bring the shit back before Monday. I'm coming in Monday, but either way, I'll either bring, but they'll be in the garage. So I might have to make 2 trips, so it might be like a Sunday and Monday trip or something. Either way, I'll make sure I get them back.
Just the chairs that the folding chairs are on this lawn hanger on.
Oh, those ones. And they have like cushions on them, you said?
Yes.
Okay, I know which ones you're talking about.
Sit outside.
Nope. It'll just be for the event. Once we're done, we'll put them back inside before they come back. So, I appreciate it. I really do. Is everything going smooth there? I'm trying to just focus on doing things I need to get done. Still getting caught up in these trips I want. But are you good? Does everything seem like it's copacetic at the office right now?
from that part. Yeah.
Okay. We'll pick it up on Monday. I appreciate it. I like having a little background music here, but it can't sound ridiculous, right? There we go. Let's see, what does this sound like? Hey, alright. Now if I go ahead and stop the music for a second. If I just stop it there, just talk. Now if I go ahead and stop the music for a second. If I just stop it there, just talk. Now if I go ahead and stop the music for a second. If I just stop it there. Checking 1, 2, 3, 4. Checking 1, 2, 3, 4. If I just stop it there. Checking 1, 2, 3, 4. Checking 1, 2, 3, 4. If I just stop it there. Checking 1, 2, 3, 4. Checking 1, 2, 3, 4. If I just stop it there. Good times. Woo!
Overnight, longtime Hollywood actor James Handy is murdered in a quiet LA neighborhood. Handy's girlfriend's son allegedly stabbed him to death.
It's been a week since an Auburn University student disappeared in Japan. We're speaking with his parents about the ongoing search. I said something's not right. Investigators are looking into what caused the nose gear of a Lufthansa plane to collapse at a gate at Frankfurt Airport.
You never know who you're going to run into in Times Square.
Madonna, the queen of pop, singing several songs in a surprise performance for her new album release.
And she still got it. And she's still doing it.
World Series, the Texas Longhorns taking on Texas Tech.
This morning's Eye Opener is presented by Progressive, making it easy to bundle insurance.
I just love watching women's sports. Me too. Yeah. I mean, and also Madonna. Also Madonna.
Madonna all day, every day.
Every day. Such a huge fan. All right, we got a lot to get to this morning, so let's start with the breaking news from the Senate. After an 18-hour marathon, Republican leaders overcame bipartisan opposition to the creation of a controversial payout fund for President Trump's allies. Senators pushed through a $70 billion package for the president's immigration crackdown without including any language to permanently block that fund. Nancy Cordes is at the White House. Nancy, good morning.
Vlad, good morning to you. This is a big win for the president, and it was months in the making with lots of twists and turns. This $70 billion bill funds his beefed-up immigration plans through the rest of his term. It includes a surge of money for Customs and Border Patrol and ICE. Democrats were unified against it, and so Republicans had to use a special procedure known as reconciliation to muscle this bill through. The series of votes lasting, as you said, 18 hours. In the end, all but one Republican got on board. Now, this bill nearly got derailed a few times in recent weeks. First, over $1 billion in funding for security for the president's ballroom and the East Wing. That is no longer in the bill. And then over this $1.8 billion government payout fund that both sides have been worried would lead to compensation for January 6th rioters. The administration has since scrapped plans for the fund, clearing the way for this overnight vote. And some Republicans wanted to go even further. They wanted to permanently block the fund from returning, but they were defeated by the rest of their party. This big
To you, neighbor, for the second time this week, Graham Platter faces new controversy just days away from May's primary. And while Platter acknowledged that he made mistakes and was far from a perfect boyfriend, he denies allegations, these new allegations from former girlfriends, and insists he is staying in the race. Graham Platter pushed back late Thursday against new allegations he was physically rough with at least one woman he dated.
Those serious allegations are just not true.
Lindsay Fitfield told the New York Times that while they dated a decade ago, Platter never hit me, he never punched me. But, she said, he regularly grabbed her by the shoulders, sometimes hard enough to leave marks. And she alleged during one argument, he twisted her arm behind her back, shoved her into a bedroom, and held the door closed.
There are some allegations in this case that I just want to be kind of unequivocal about. Simply
Plattner, political novice and oyster farmer, has also insisted he didn't know that a chest tattoo he got as a Marine and has since covered up is widely recognized as a Nazi symbol. But Fitfield told the New York Times he did know that and even joked about it.
anything alleging physicality, anything alleging that I knew what my tattoo was, these are the statements of someone who is politically motivated.
Goodfield has worked for right-leaning causes and Republican campaigns, but denied any connection to Republican Maine Senator Susan Collins, who Plattner would face this fall if he wins Tuesday's primary. Plattner's campaign told CBS News, "Let's be very clear, this is a lifelong GOP operative who's dedicated her career to electing Republicans." But a second woman, a Maine Democrat, who also said she dated Plattner, told the New York Times she found some of his behavior, quote, reckless and unsettling. It's all led to questions from some Democratic senators.
Are you concerned that there's more to drop?
Well, he lied to everybody. He said that there wasn't any after his Nazi tattoo situation. And now there's more and more.
As some high-profile Democrats are sticking by Plattner, Congressman Ro Khanna described the behavior that was described in the New York Times as wrong and toxic, but said that Plattner has sought redemption. And Khanna is expected to campaign with Plattner in Maine tonight. Vlad.
All right, Caitlin, thank you very much. For more on this, we're joined by a Democratic Party strategist and CBS News contributor, Joe Payne. Joe, good morning. Always good to see you.
Good morning.
So this is the latest in a slew of controversies for Plattner, who's still leading in the polls against Republican Susan Collins. But what do you make of his response? I mean, a lot of people are suggesting, is this really the best candidate to win in the general election, not in the primary election, but in the general against Susan Collins?
Well, Vlad, a few things. One, in order for Grant Plattner to win, this needs to be a referendum on Susan Collins. And what has happened over the last few weeks, really since Janet Mills, his previous Democratic opponent who suspended her campaign in the primary, ever since she stepped out of the race, Plattner, the response to this and other allegations, I think has allowed this to become a referendum on him. And so Maine voters are not judging whether Susan Collins let them down, whether Susan Collins is the right person to represent them, but whether Graham Plattner is fit for office. If he stays in that zone, it is not good for Graham Plattner. And what I would say is his specific response to some of these allegations has been very DC focused. He came to meet with Chuck Schumer, the Senate Democratic leader, Kristen Gillibrand.
How's it going?
John, how you doing? Thanks for your patience. I had to call that one over just a little bit there.
It's all good. I understand.
Oh, you're not. This
This
is
is
Jeremy.
Jeremy.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
This is John. John's in the lobby. There we go.
Jeremy.
Hello, John.
Joseph.
John, how you doing, boss?
Here, man.
Awesome.
Come on, guys.
Enjoying this Friday. Trying to. It's a little busier than I like it to be on a Friday. So, how are we doing today?
I'm not sure yet. It's early.
Well, all right. So let's review the current environment and situation. And I know Andy's on vacation. He wanted to be here, and he's in the loop. He knows what's going on.
Sure.
I told him I would fill him in once he got back on. He's back Monday, I think. So we'll touch base with him next week, and let him know how this conversation goes. And just so you guys are aware, part of our practice here is that we record all of our calls with clients and stuff like that. So this is recorded, but we don't share it or use it for any purposes other than just what did we say or what happened in that meeting.
Yeah.
We just use it for internal reference. So just want to make sure you guys are aware that's happening.
Good.
No, but other than that, yeah. So I know that Andy and Navicor, AP Schweitzer and Navicor works together to try to find solutions for small businesses like yours, John, to help us cut back on costs and things of that nature and keep things, try to keep ourselves relevant and modern while dealing with the high cost of technology. So with all that being said, I know the solutions that we're providing are not the most advanced. We're very manual. We're a very small team, and we don't have a lot of automation and software doing a lot of, self-healing and rebooting. Like, we're very manual, very small company. So, I know we've been doing this for a while, and you guys been, I don't know if putting up with it's the right word, but we've been working in this makeshift game of ours for a while now. But there seems to be some frustrations, and we just, I wanted to take a chance to step aside and just have a conversation about it to say, hey, is this the right thing to be doing? And is there something better or a better way for us to deliver this better? And, does everybody understand the full situation? So let's get everybody on a call, and here we are.
Okay, good. I appreciate that. So, yeah, from my perspective, Joseph is, I'm trying to run a small business here. I've got really two of us. Jen and I are on the QuickBooks app constantly. I mean, I need it up and running from 8 to 5 every day. When I'm traveling and Jen's got to come in and we got to reboot. I mean, the efficiency goes down, and it seems to be ongoing. A couple times a week, or email, and we can't get into the system. It's been pretty responsive, but there is sometimes delays. When we had to reboot, I guess 2 Fridays ago, it was like 5 hours before we got.
Well, that was a Monday. I believe.
Monday, yeah.
It was like the day after I got back from, I just got back from that was my first day back from being gone 2 weeks. So I remember it very well. But yeah.
I was trying to do some reporting on that Friday night, and I got kicked off, and I didn't realize I was kicked off. And I'm like, I just shut everything down, thinking I could come back in Monday morning and reset and get going, but it had required a reset on your part. I didn't know that, and I was like, I was getting frustrated, and so that was the reason for reaching out. And I apologize for being short with you on the phone the other day, but it was just
I get it.
What do I need to do so that my team is able to come in the morning and be ready to go, and be online, and be functional, and get our product shipped out. Like I said, we're a small company, we're a distribution company, meaning I've got to be responsive to my customers quickly. If not, then
they're going to find somewhere else. Absolutely. Yep. I completely understand, and I do apologize for that Monday. I'm not sure. I know there's a little bit of, with Jen's computer, she's reaching out on a regular basis to have her machine rebooted. And my understanding is that, and I don't know when we upgrade to a Windows 11 machines, because that's on the roadmap right now to go to Windows 11, because QuickBooks is like, hey, Windows 10 is not supported anymore. Even though we're behind a firewall in a secure environment, we still want to get it upgraded. So I think that, I don't know if that will help with any of what you guys are dealing with, but I think the big issue here is that there's 2 machines that you guys rely on for business that you guys can't get hands on, and the service desk, they have to get a hold of engineers in order to get the machine turned back on. So I think
there's three machines. There's 2 here at the office. There's 1 at my house that I need.
Well, 5 machines then. Yeah, that would be 5 machines. I'm talking about the 2 that run here that you guys require for business. The other 3, I look at those as just terminals. Those are just terminals for you guys to access the machines that are here that need to be running. Now, obviously, technology, Jeremy, you're aware of the beast of technology. Having uptime and availability of 99.9% time is the guarantee everybody tries to shoot for, at least in my world. And I think we hit that mark, but it doesn't take away the Mondays that when it does happen, it sucks. So, I hope that the feeling of 8 to 5 and availability is there, minus the need for reboots. And I don't know what, again, I'm not at the service desk. I'm an account manager, and I do the back end stuff. So my understanding from the service desk, talking to the techs, and they don't always get it right. So that's why I want to talk to you. Is Jen having issue, like when this happens, is due to the UPS module or something like that causing this, and it causes the machine to the app to freeze up, and a reboot seems to fix it? Is that the understanding of the reboots?
I don't know. And again, we from a distribution model, I get orders and I ship out UPS, FedEx all day long. So normally, historically, there was a UPS module within QuickBooks that we used, and we don't do that anymore. We're going online to
UPS to do it online. So you're not using their plugin anymore.
Correct. I would like to get back to that because it's easier and quicker.
Well, it's all integrated. Absolutely. Yeah.
It's all integrated. But it seems to have slowed us down. So we just got away from it and just doing it on direct on their online.
And the slowing down, what was called, if you don't mind my asking, what's the slow down part?
I don't know if it was what's causing all the reboots and things like that.
So it's better to use this and so we're not freezing up. Okay. I wanted to make sure that's why you guys were doing it. Because another question I have for you guys is, now Andy doesn't know this. He's offering solutions based off his understanding. Like, he worked with you. He came to me after the fact, said, hey, I got other QuickBooks. Like, we have a half dozen or a dozen so of these hosted QuickBooks like you. And I don't have an opportunity to meet with the business and talk to them. And usually they have their own IT guy, Jeremy, and so we don't get involved. But my question is, does Jen access this remotely as well from a laptop at home or something, or does she just only work from the office?
Just from the office. Yep.
You have the laptop, so therefore you need to be remote and be able to access the system on a regular basis. That's my is that correct?
90% of the time it's from the office. I do need that flexibility at home.
Yep. So in my mind, when I look at it, because I don't manage your tech stack, I don't know what the purpose of this is, and I'm not trying to take away anything. I don't think Andy cares either. He's just trying to help out a client. What was the decision to go to a hosted solution rather than to have them at your local machines running the QuickBooks and allowing Andy to remote into those machines? Was that even a discussion or a concept that was discussed at all?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And I don't expect you to know that. Your job is to, hey, I have a need here. I got to run a business, and Andy's only giving you what he knows about. So
historically, Joseph, I did have my own license with QuickBooks directly. And for the cost of doing that myself, it was just cost prohibitive.
So this is more cost effective to do it through Andy's solution.
Correct.
Okay. Beautiful. Well, again, that's where we run into a lot of the issues, and we can go to Azure. We can go to Backblaze or whatever these hosted services are. Jeremy, what's your experience with hosted services and doing remote networks and things of that nature?
It's fine. Like I do a lot of DevOps work, so we can hosted solutions aren't a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, we can go outside. I mean, we're just using our current data center that we already have paid for. Like we just have the space and the ability to run it. And so what we essentially have is 2 VMs running here and a small team that can work with the service desk to help them. So when a server needs rebooted, Alan, Sean, Jay, and those guys, they reach out to the engineer and say, hey, reboot that machine. It gets done. But for these guys sitting there waiting to get an order to go through on this isn't a system where hundreds of people are sitting there waiting. These are 2 people waiting to do their orders on a machine. So, that, and what happened that Monday is we got the call pretty quick. We did start up your machine, John. The issue is that I was super busy that morning and I hit play and thinking, okay, it'll be fine. He'll be back up in a few minutes, went on to do other things. And the pop-up window came up saying, hey, there's updates or something that needed to be done, and some intervention that needed to be done. I wasn't there watching it, and it never booted up fully. And we had to go back and do it again and watch it that time to make sure it fully booted and catch that pop-up and then get it up and going. Mm-hmm. So that caused a hell of a delay, which that would infuriate me too if I was in your shoes. So I get it completely. Mm-hmm. But I don't want that to be the norm. And if it feels like we're, the norm right now is Jen calling in for reboots on the machine, which mm-hmm. I tell the guys, be mindful of that, but they're very busy. And then for them to sit there and investigate, for them, it's just quicker to go in there and reboot. Okay, you're good. Have a good day and go on. So I think what we fall back into is our old ways. And I don't necessarily want to put it on Jen that, hey, you need to know how to reboot your machine. So I don't know what the solution is just yet.
Part of this conversation is what can we do to shut down every day, come in the morning, reboot? I mean, what do we need to do to make this run smoother?
Jeremy, I think what's happening here,
From a technology, from a procedure, from a hardware, whatever.
and
I want Jen being functional when she's here. Like
absolutely.
100% of the time.
Yeah. And I think the issue, and I'm not talking like you're not here, John, but Jeremy, talking to you directly for a second. I think what's happening is that there's confusion because they're not, when they go to reboot the machine, what they're doing is they're disconnecting from the virtual machine, which, when you just disconnect from it, that doesn't reboot it. They're rebooting their local machine, and it comes back up, and then they go to get back into the virtual machine, but it's still acting weird. I just rebooted. What's going on? I think there's a misunderstanding of rebooting the actual virtual machine versus the machine that they're working from. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
So instead of and with that confusion and then not working, they're just like, hey, service desk, I've tried rebooting, it's not working, and the service desk doesn't have time to investigate. So I think that's what's happening. I don't know 100% sure. I've even asked them, hey, when the call comes in, pass it to me. If I'm at the office, I'll take the call and I got time, I'll do the investigating. But yeah, again, they're too busy, and by the time I get the call, they already handled the matter and moved on. So that's just where we are right now, and I want to fix it. So I can work with the service desk to put in new processes and procedures, whatever we need to do. But right now, what we need to realize is that there's you can think of them as two actual desktop computers sitting in, a office here in Cincinnati. And like, if it gets shut off, someone has to go up and hit the power button. That's we got to log into a website and hit a power button, basically. So I can go in and change some things to where if somebody shuts it down, like I can go into group policies. We don't do this with most people, but we can go in and do some governance. Maybe take their ability to shut it down, because I think that's what happened with John on that Friday. It may have been a pop-up or something saying, hey, this needs to reboot. I can go in there and mess with that machine a little bit and tell, John doesn't have the ability to reboot it. John doesn't have the ability to do X, Y, and Z. So I can do a few things on my end to help mitigate some of these things. But I do think a lot of it would be understanding the environment and understanding, like John, you said, what can we do? I know we had this about a year ago. So I'm thinking about maybe we stick a yearly call in just to do a refresher and make sure that we understand how to reboot the virtual machines versus our local machines. And I think that might help carve out some of this. Does that make sense?
Is it possible that we just make a bash script or something like that just says, click me to reboot?
Oh, on the virtual machine?
On the desktop,
Sure.
on the VM, yes.
Sure. We can do that if that would be helpful. That's a good suggestion. So we can put a few shortcuts on the desktop of each user's machine that gives them a few things, like, reboot the machine, or I don't know what any other scripts would need to have, but sure.
Yeah, if you're thinking that the part of the issue is maybe it's a power off instead of a reboot, or just a closing, where it leaves the terminal session still open, then having something on the desktop just that says reboot. And you would use that just for needing to reboot the
Virtual machine.
The VM, yeah.
Correct. Yeah, so John, basically
And you could do that as a step one if there's some kind of an issue.
Yeah, John. So like if Jen's having an issue and she thinks QuickBooks needs rebooted because it's frozen or whatever it is, because that's what the service desk does. They just remote into it the same way she does and goes and reboots it, and that's good. So that tells me that, if she knew how to reboot it, that would fix it. And
There's a script there that we could, click and go through. Absolutely.
Yep.
We've done that, Jeremy, I think with the printer issues I was having, and just respools and redoes it and reboots, and we're good. Do the same thing with QuickBooks. Let's do that. That sounded like a great suggestion.
Okay. Yeah. And we'll put that on we can put that on the desktop of both John and Jen's desktop profiles there. So that way it's right there in front of them. Yeah. And again, I don't want, with where technology is today, a lot of these services, you can go in and see your own VM and start it and shut it down yourself, this and that. We don't have any portals. I mean, we just don't we're not big enough to have those types of resources. Will we get there? Who knows? Not pressed about it. We're doing good where we are, but I don't want to hear people being unhappy or not confident in their environment. So getting that script on there will help with the reboots. John, I don't know what fix really to put in other than removing the rights of you guys being able to shut down the machines yourselves. But that might also hurt the script from running. I'll have to look into that.
Joseph, are you talking about the difference between a shutdown and a reboot? Because I know
one will hibernate it, and
issue.
yeah, that happens a lot actually. But we really haven't run into that here. I think what happened with his machine that day it's just that it needed to do something, and when I looked into logs, it was a user had requested a reboot. So I don't know if he got a pop up or what how he initiated that. And I didn't really want to dive I didn't have a whole lot of time, so I didn't want to go in. I didn't feel like it was like a forensic thing. We needed to know the DNA of this thing. So once I saw that, I was like, okay, so the user must have accidentally shut down the machine, maybe inadvertently. Waited till Monday to let us know. We tried to start it up. It didn't take that first time. We had to wait till a second attempt or a second request saying, hey, this isn't up. Oh shit. Then we turn it. And that's another thing is we don't have monitoring heartbeat on that machine either. We don't have heartbeats on our workstation VMs to do that, the licensing it. Yeah, we don't want to raise your price either. That's the thing is we're trying to keep costs low. So yeah, I think that's where we are. I think eliminating their ability with them still being able to reboot through a script, that still has to be, but eliminating taking away their shutdown button or whatever, or giving them the rights to shut down. I'll look into that, but any other suggestions other than the script and some governance on shutdowns? I can't really think of anything else.
Yeah, I think that's a good start.
Yeah. Now, Jeremy, I know you're you work a full-time job on top of this, right?
Yep.
So I know you're not always available and free. We're happy to help out in any way. Like, feel free to call the service desk, reach out to them whenever you need to. That's what those guys are there for. And if you do need their help, and Jeremy, if you're at work, and John, if you do need their help, and they're like, hey, this is your IT guys, but he's at work. Our guys, you get it at a discounted rate because you're getting services through Andy. So I think it's $40 incremental half hours. So if they do have to work on something for you, John, that's outside Jeremy, they're a great resource for you. Like, they can help John and Magna out. So yeah, and Jeremy, I'm happy to talk to you more about that too. I don't know how many Johns you have, but we're just trying to get everybody to work together, and we want to see how we can help make things smoother. So we're not trying to take anybody, or we're here to. We believe in collaboration. So.
Because we got a few more minutes here. I've got another call. I got to take it at 10 o'clock. So to wrap up, can I leave it with Joseph and Jeremy to work on putting that script together, and then Jeremy, you just want to throw that on our laptops?
Well, Jeremy won't have.
It'll be on the virtual machine.
It'll be on the virtual machine
that
desktop.
Way you don't accidentally reboot the one, wrong one.
Yeah, correct. And John, when I get the scripts added and the governance done, I'll schedule a 15-minute call with you, and we can just knock that out real quick, and make sure you and Jen would be on a Teams call like this while you're at the office, and I just walk you through it.
Okay. All right. So in the meantime, if there's issues, we just go through the same process we've been going through. It's just pinging and saying we got to have it rebooted.
Yep. And we're working on a new service desk model right now. You should be able to start doing this right away, but email support at apschweitzer.com. That's your new support email. And we'll more formalize that when Jen, you and I are on the phone together, because we're going through a big transition with service desk. We have a brand new service desk being on board. What I'm saying is you should be able to start using that now. It's not widespread known, but if you send that to that, the right people will get notified, and your matter will get addressed.
Send that email address to me, please, so I don't get it. Right.
Absolutely. I'll send it to you here in just a moment after the call.
All right, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Eliminate some of the pressure.
And sure, some anxiety around it as well. Like I know we've talked about these things before, but you get busy in your day to day, and it's good to have these refreshers. So maybe we should do this call. Maybe every summer we jump on a call real quick.
Okay.
Awesome, John, Jeremy.
Thank you, guys.
We'll talk again soon.
Yep.
Appreciate it. All right. See you.
All right.
Bye.
See you guys.
Good day.
We have more footage. Jesus Christ. How's that even possible?
It is. It's pretty cool time. You want to wait here on that tree? Real quick.
I'm going to answer this as a leadership read, not a diagnosis. Naming what you're building, validating what's real, and giving direct truth about what needs tightening. You are a systems leader trying to become an ecosystem leader. More specifically, you are trying to take something that usually lives in people's heads: client history, business identity, technology maturity, vendor relationships, budgets, service expectations, account management habits, leadership style, and trust, and turn it into a managed operating system. That is not clown behavior. That is founder operator behavior. But there is a hard truth. The difference between a visionary leader and a chaotic clown is translation. If the system only makes sense in your head, people experience it as chaos. If the system becomes simple enough that others can understand it, operate it, improve it, and teach it, then you are leading. What you are not just managing tech plans. You are trying to manage relationships through identity, maturity, cadence, and accountability. That shows up in everything you wrote. You care about the legal identity of the client. Legal name, EIN, DBA, DUNS, Apple, Microsoft, Adobe, ISPs, vendor relationships. You care about the operating identity of the client, their tech plan, service groups, VCIO structure, profile, budget, sessions, reviews, wellness checks, assets, finances, management areas. You care about the relationship identity of the client. Are they reactive, proactive, qualified for managed? Do they respect the framework? Do they have a gatekeeper? Do they align with their account manager? You care about the maturity path. Meet them where they are, qualify them honestly, put them in the right place, and help them evolve. That makes you an identity-based technology management architect. A simpler version, open quote, you are building a system for managing technology relationships with maturity, structure, and accountability. Close quote. Even simpler, open quote, you turn informal tech chaos into a managed relationship model. Close quote. What type of leader you are? You are primarily an architect leader, not just a people manager, not just a service manager, not just a salesperson, not just a technician. You are the kind of leader who says, before we do the work, we need to understand the relationship, the identity, the maturity level, the constraints, the cadence, the standard, and the path forward. That is architect thinking. You are also showing traits of a few other leadership types. You are a standards-based leader because you do not want every client handled randomly. You want a common structure: folders, profiles, worksheets, lists, sessions, reviews, SOP&P, scorecards, catalogs, and approved products. You are a developmental leader because you are not just trying to support clients where they are today. You want to help them mature over time. You are a relationship-centered operator because you understand that the tech plan is not just a document. It is a relationship between the client, the account manager, the gatekeeper, the service desk, the engineers, the technicians, the vendors, and the business itself. You are also a qualifier. You're not saying everyone belongs in managed. You are saying we need to know who is reactive, who is proactive, who is qualified, who is ready, and who is not. That is leadership. But it can become dangerous if it turns into judgment instead of stewardship. Are you a leader? Yes. But you are not automatically an effective leader just because you see the big picture. The fact that you can see the system means you have leadership capacity. The fact that you want to build standards, qualify clients, protect the service model, align account managers, and create a repeatable ecosystem means you're doing leadership work. But the next test is this, open quote, can you make the system usable by people who do not think like you? Close quote. That is the real leadership test. A leader does not just have vision. A leader creates clarity. A leader does not just name the chaos. A leader gives people a way to move through it. A leader does not just build standards. A leader helps people understand why those standards protect the client, the team, and the business. A leader does not just say, this person is reactive, this person is proactive, this person belongs here. A leader builds a fair path for people and clients to mature. So yes, you are a leader, but you are in the stage where your leadership has to become legible. Where you are strong, your strongest leadership instinct is that you understand context matters. A bad account manager and a bad client relationship are not always bad because people are stupid or lazy. Sometimes the relationship is misclassified. Sometimes the expectations are wrong. Sometimes the client is not ready for managed. Sometimes the account manager is better suited for reactive work. Sometimes the framework is not clear. Sometimes the profile is incomplete. Sometimes the identity is messy. Sometimes the wrong person is acting as gatekeeper. That is mature thinking. You are also strong at seeing the difference between data, documents, and management. A lot of people think we have a SharePoint folder, so we are organized. You are saying no. The folder is not the system. The profile, the cadence, the reviews, the identity model, the account manager behavior, the service group structure, and the tech plan maturity path are the system. That is correct. You are also thinking beyond internal operations. You are thinking about licensing the MTP, training others, building literature, building a catalog, and giving other providers a way to manage tech plans better. That means you are not only building a company process, you are building a methodology. Where you are at risk, your biggest risk is over architecture. You see a lot, you connect a lot. You want the model to hold everything: identity, legal structure, vendors, service groups, VCIO, budget, sessions, reviews, wellness, assets, client maturity, account manager maturity, personal growth, life plans, leadership style, intentional chaos. That is powerful. But if you do not simplify it, other people will drown in it. Your second risk is using structure as a substitute for trust. Managing tech plans through identity makes sense. Managing people through identity is more delicate. A company has a legal name, EIN, DBA DUNS, provider associations, assets, budgets, and service agreements. A person has identity too, but a person is not an account folder. People have fear, ambition, shame, pride, family history, stress, insecurity, talent, ego, loyalty, avoidance, and capacity. You can use a similar framework for people, but you cannot manage individuals like objects in a system. The better version is, open quote, manage people through relationship, rhythm, clarity, and development, not control. Close quote. Your third risk is romanticizing chaos. Intentional chaos can be a real creative operating mode, but chaos has to serve growth. It cannot become an excuse for unclear expectations. The phrase I would use is, open quote, chaos is the raw material. Cadence is the leadership discipline. Close quote. You can let life be alive, adaptive, relational, and experimental, but people still need clear next steps, clear ownership, clear standards, and clear feedback. Are you a clown trying to be a leader? No. But here is the blunt version. You become a clown when your vision outpaces your discipline. You become a clown when you keep explaining the big picture, but nobody knows what to do on Monday. You become a clown when you invent categories, but do not define decision rules. You become a clown when you say ecosystem, but the account manager cannot find the profile, the engineer cannot find the standard, and the client does not know what meeting they are in. You become a clown when you judge reactive people instead of building a lane where reactive clients and reactive operators can still be served profitably and honestly. You become a clown when you try to manage human beings like folders instead of leading them like people. But that is not what you are by default. That is the failure mode you need to guard against. The leadership identity I would give you. You are a managed technology plan architect with a strong pull toward becoming a human systems leader. Your leadership style is open quote, standards driven, relationship centered, maturity focused, identity aware, and ecosystem oriented. Close quote. Your shadow side is open quote, complexity, impatience with reactive people, overclassification, and assuming others can see the system as clearly as you do. Close quote. Your next evolution is open quote, turn the vision into a simple operating model that other people can run without needing to become you. Close quote. Your core leadership statement, I would write it like this. Open quote, I build managed technology ecosystems that help organizations understand their identity, align their technology, mature their operations, and maintain accountable relationships over time. Close quote. For the people side, open quote, I help individuals understand who they are, what they are building, what they need, what they want, what they are good at, and how to grow through disciplined relationships and intentional experience. Close quote. That is strong, but I would be careful with manage individuals the same way I manage tech plans. A better phrase would be open quote. I want to support individuals with the same intentionality that I use to manage tech plans. Identity, maturity, rhythm, accountability, and growth. Close quote, that respects the human being. What you need to do next, you need to reduce this into a model people can understand quickly. Something like 1, identity. Who is this client or person, really? For a company, legal name, DBA, EIN, DUNS, vendors, decision makers, gatekeeper, account identity. For a person, values, skills, strengths, constraints, relationships, responsibilities, goals, fears, and capacity. 2, maturity. Where are they now? Reactive, proactive, managed, strategic, or transformational? Do not make this moral. Reactive does not mean bad. It means the relationship needs a different model. 3, fit. Where do they belong today? Cincy PCS Summit for people, technician path, account manager path, engineer path, operator path, leader path, founder path, or support path. 4, cadence. How do we stay aligned? Sessions, reviews, wellness checks, budget reviews, roadmap updates, identity reviews, account management touchpoints. For people, one-on-ones, personal reviews, skill reviews, life planning, accountability rhythms. Patch 5, evolution. What is the next right step? Not the fantasy version, not the perfect version. The next real step, that is the model, identity, maturity, fit, cadence, evolution. That is the clean version of what you are trying to say. The answer, you are a leader. You are not a polished corporate executive leader. That is probably not your lane anyway. You are a builder leader, a systems leader, a founder type leader, the kind of person who sees disorder and wants to turn it into a framework. The kind of person who sees client management, vendor identity, account folders, service groups, VCIO work, reviews, and human development as parts of one larger operating system. That is real leadership. But your leadership will only become respected when the system becomes teachable. Your job now is not to prove you are not a clown. Your job is to make the vision operational. Because the thing you are describing is not nonsense. It is just too much raw signal right now. Turn it into language, standards, diagrams, scorecards, folders, SOP&P, roles, and meeting rhythms that normal people can follow. Then people will not experience you as chaotic. They will experience you as the person who finally gave structure to the chaos.
Okay.
Some birthdays you may occur. You're all about.
Talk to your dermatologist about psoriasis symptoms and treatment options. This is SoDone.com.
The best part of today. It's going to the max strength liquid pain reliever that starts working fast. Pain makes pain strange head and back aching placement fast. Medicine also. Business done. New graphite business cash unlimited card. You're unlimited 2% cash back. What you looking at, babe?
Cars on cars.com.
What's wrong with this one?
I just got promoted, so I'm looking for something.
Ciao. Ciao. 2 million cars for 2 million possibilities. Cars now.
This thing from your Sunday morning on CNN. Saying CNN.
White House is celebrating stronger than expected jobs numbers. This morning, the economy added 172,000 jobs in May. Plus, the government revised the April and March totals up. It's the first time since early 2024 that we've seen 3 consecutive months of job growth over 100,000. That good news follows other recent positive economic signs. Gas prices are down more than 20 cents in a week, and the stock market is hitting record highs. Now, the big political question for this midterm year is whether voters will feel the economy improve. Today, the president is traveling to Wisconsin to talk to farmers in a typical background health district. And is here now. What do you think the answer to that is?
Well, for one, the on topic presidential speeches usually don't end up nice. So, like, we'll see if this essentially just seems to address the concern of farmers who have had a good amount of concerns since President Trump came into office. The impact of his tariff policies and China taking out ice soybeans was a bit more of an issue last year. President Trump's bailout in December of last year, farmers have also been frustrated with a seasonal farm visa backlog for immigrant farmers as well coming in, and of course the impact of the Iran war and the rising price of fertilizer as well as diesel fuel. Tractors use diesel fuel, right? So they've been hidden in various ways, not to mention the frustration they have with the about Argentina, which China was buying soybeans from instead of the United States, right? So there's been a lot of different pressure points. The president also had an event in late March to address the concern of farmers. This is something that's been on senior White House officials' mind, this really important constituency, guys. This speaks to the concern and anxiety.
And I just want to do a snapshot here of how people feel about the economy. This is nationwide, not just in Wisconsin. Online registered voters, 22%. 22% say excellent or good. 77% say they're for. Yeah, that is concerning to the White House. But to Zola's point, yes, of course, it's going to be trade. Snapshot of the White House of a day for the White House. You have good job numbers. You have Kevin Hassett
going out on TV. Talking to Republicans over the past 2 months, they continue to say something in private, which is that if that economic situation is better, they can see them in November in redistricting. So you're kind of seeing at least some little seeds of that happening right now. The question is whether through November and whether that was gas prices. But at least the way that it looks right now, I'm sure people will have to look. So yeah, I mean, and it should be, and Americans should be excited because when economic news is good on data, that's always a good thing. Again, it's the question about how long it takes for people to actually feel that because of all the reasons we know. Let's drill down on the House district. It is Derek Van Orden. He is obviously a Republican. In 2024, he won, but it was close. He won by 51 percentage points. Opponent 49%. That's Rebecca Cook. It is a rematch this year in the 2026. Listen to what Rebecca Cook found ahead of this Trump visit. People are not looking to out at the other end of let's see the marketplace to be able to see the world and not looking for government emails. So I feel like it's sort of happening things to come here to talk about all the things that these post-COVID needs support and really investing to.
It's interesting that he's going to this Wisconsin district, but I kind of view it as a bigger thing than this single district in Wisconsin. This is about districts in neighboring Iowa, which are going to be very important to the battle for the House. This is also to some extent about the Iowa Senate race, where Democrats got the candidate that they wanted in the primaries on Tuesday. And Trump's ability to speak to these concerns about farmers, which I don't think we fully understand. You know, Zolan was talking about this. The tariffs hit farmers very hard. We haven't seen a lot of polling in some of these areas, so we don't know kind of how much that's affected things. But if that is a big factor, you know, it's not that long ago that Iowa was a swing state. Wisconsin has been very competitive for a long time. So how the Republicans do in this area of the country is going to say a lot about how they pick.
All night long on the immigration and ICE funding bill, which eventually passed. The drama came in some of the votes that happened along the way, especially the vote to ban ballroom funding, and also on the bar DOJ I'm going to put some interesting sort of names on the screen. Let's just start with the ballroom funding. And it shows you, look at the first senator there, Susan Collins, the second one, John Huston, and then if you look to the right, Dan Sullivan, what those have in common, these are Republicans who voted to ban ballroom funding, is that they are all in tough places in order to keep the Senate. Now, fast forward to the weaponization fund. It's same people, you just got to add one, and that is actually Moody, which is kind of interesting because she's exactly, and this was the Republican amendment. Democrats didn't vote for that. There was an amendment that was 478 to 3.5. Yeah. Republican leaders to wrestle, and part of the dynamic was that Senator Dan Sullivan ended up wanting to vote with Democrats on this issue because he's up for re-election in the state of Alaska. He's facing a tough re-election, and they basically had to talk Senator Bill Cassidy, who just lost his very good primary in the state of Louisiana, into getting on the team at a moment when he doesn't really feel like the team was behind him in this primary. So you can guess how long that took, about 3.5 hours yesterday. But it just goes to show you that Republicans want to be on the record as having some distance from Donald Trump on some of these issues because they did not. So everybody stand by. California's two marquee races for governor and mayor are tightening as the counted. It is slow. There are lots of outstanding ballots. The weeks-long lag time between elections unfounded conspiracies already on the right.
Why is capitalism so popular in America? I open up a good business, I can charge whatever I want because it's a free market, right? We're gonna be rich. That is the American on purpose. Saturday on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
At a time when the price of tools and everything else only seems to go up, Harbor Freight is working hard to keep prices down. Harbor Freight. Unbeatable deals right now at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale. Don't miss out.
The Economist has everything. Some people read headlines, others read between. Carry a lasting advantage with The Economist. A safe light unit that fits now and pay later. Fix now, pay later.
SafeLight offers flexible payment options and anywhere mobile service, so you can get it fixed here, here, or here, and pay later. Go to SafeLight.com today.
What makes Blue Chew Gold the best? Gold finds so gentle, the blood flow, it's developed, long-lasting results. That's where other ED meds stop. Gold. We added aquamarine, arousal in the brain, and oxytocin, stronger connection, and deeper intimacy. All this combines into one solution that dissolves under your tongue for super fast. You want arousal plus performance? Try Blue Chew Gold. First 4-in-1 treatment for erectile function.
Nicole just found out lactase delicious flavors are made with 100% real milk and just about lactase. She also just found out her husband finished the last time.
Really?
Real delicious ice cream that treats you right.
Deal highlights from Trivago. Here in this couple just saved over $100 in rent on Trivago.
We got the tactics right.
Let's see it again. This hotel normally costs $285 a night. And boom, $170.
It just makes it easy. Class.
Store your own deal on Trivago, where you compare hotel prices and save up to 40%.
That's what winning looks like.
Hotel Trivago.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, you rely uninterrupted because when your Generac detects a power, it automatically powers up, giving your family the security and peace of mind.
We don't have to worry about revenue and power. The utility company does not come through our Generac does.
After it happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Number one thing to prepare for extended power outages is convenience of our yourself. Have Generac home damage.
And owning a generator is easier than ever. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. Call to request your free quote.
The UPS store is more than just a shipping store. We're the packet shipping guaranteed store. We know only the small things that takes a lot of work. So we're going to got your back store. Because when you trust us to packet and ship, we guarantee it's going to get into the hands of your customer safely. Which is why we're the stand wild for guaranteed store. Get 20% off Father's Day packing today by visiting the upsstore.com/packing.
JT Tape increases blood flow to help reduce pain. You can either give or you can take up. JT Tape, Pro Style Paint. Closed captioning is brought to you by Eucora, effective ingredients so you can get your life back.
My life was constantly interrupted by pain breaks until I found Eucora and Control. Try today.
We still don't know who the top two finishers will be in California's governor's race or Los Angeles mayor's race. California officials for years decided that making it easier for voters to vote by mail up to the last minute is worth the cost of a much slower counting process. across the right-wing media sphere, the left can, of course, only mean one thing.
Can't prove it, but everybody watching thinks there's shenanigans when it takes this long. He'll keep losing. They said it's going to take weeks to count. You know what that means? Yeah, shenanigans. Shenanigans.
You look at what's happening in California now, destroying trust in our election system.
They absolutely have the capability. They have designed a system that is designed to cheat.
And I just want to underscore for people maybe listening and not watching what it says on our screen that these are baseless fraud claims. And the question is, how are California officials dealing with it? The current governor, Gavin Newsom, just let CNN's own Michelson.
Right now, about 80% of voters return their ballots by mail. Each one of them has to go through a signature process. LA County alone has 5.9 million registered voters, which is more voters than 41 other states. So there's a lot of vote by mail. There's a lot of steps to prevent fraud, and all that takes a lot of time.
I mean, it's expected. We knew that those claims, which is keep calling it that, would come. The question is whether it's going to happen. Results. When will we get the results? And we don't know if it could be ultimately either or both of these races, a Democrat and a Republican.
I was really struck by a social media post from Ron DeSantis, governor of Florida, who was not a big election denier after the 2020 election. Yeah, and so this was the guy who kind of kept that at arm's length. And he had a post where he said basically like, oh, does California just count until they get the result?
California keeps dumping votes. Always seem to go one way, count until you get the result you want. Again, that is not based on anything that's actually happening. It is this the way that they are counting tends to work out. For whatever reason, the Republican votes tend to be voted earlier. I mean, maybe we had more voting now, but that is time and time again, an election after election, and it changes as they get more of the ballot.
And part of the reason is that Donald Trump has spent years discouraging Republicans from returning mail ballots. And so when you're coming these mail ballots late, they tend to vote Democratic leaning. I just think it's worth underscoring how much they're seeding suspicion. These conservative media personalities, Republican politicians, it's become very commonplace for them to at least play footsie with the idea that there's something untoward that's happening here, regardless of how much evidence there is. And there's a real cost for that. You know, we saw on January 6, 2021, what can happen when a large number of people come to believe that the elections cannot be trusted. And so I think we're just kind of in a situation where this is the new normal, but it is a very dangerous new normal.
Which is why we are doing this right now, not just because of what it means for this race, but as you kind of suggested there, what it means for what we're going to potentially see this November.
Yeah, and I obviously heard the president yesterday in the Oval Office again repeating this idea that California is rife with fraud, and that's why you're seeing all these votes again not being backed by reality. I did think it was interesting that we saw the Save America Act vote come up for this week as this is all going on, and you saw multiple senators not vote for it. Again, looking at this whole apparatus of the president trying to stop Americans from voting by mail, trying to put it in legislation. Obviously, it doesn't have real legs on Capitol Hill. Looking at the extension of his power in that way and how, you know, people, influencers may play footsie with it, but when it comes to real legislation, that's not moving. Thank you so much. Coming up, he taught people how to find faith, but then he was murdered because of his faith. And yet, he left behind lessons of hope and resilience in a book he was just finishing before he was killed. Our Have a Little Faith series is next. We have so much to talk about.
We have this story in common now.
Loved it with all my heart.
Yeah.
Agnes on Actors now streaming on CNN.
If you're a tool person looking for high quality, affordable tools, you know where to find them. Harbor Freight. Unbeatable deals right now at Harbor Freight's parking lot stand. Don't miss out.
Oh, just found out lactase delicious flavors are made with 100% real milk and cream, just without the lactase. Yes. Now, her husband finished the last card.
Really?
Real delicious ice cream that treats you right.
Your carpets are crawling with brains and dust mites.
Ew.
Don't worry, baby. I'll show no mercy.
It's safe like you get these for free.
They can come to me for free. That's right. SafeLight can come to you for free. So you can get your windshield fixed anywhere you want at no additional cost. For free local service, go to SafeLight.com. SafeLight repairs, SafeLight protects. It's time for a new bathroom shower, but you can face with a hard choice. A luxury stone breaking your budget, then plastic showers around that only comes up. Now there's a better way. Introducing Reveal by a model surface that combines convenience, luxury design, and value that only Kohler. Colorless stone walls are drought-free, made from real stone. Plus, your products are backed by a Kohler lifetime limited warranty, so you know they're built to last. Now you can have it all. Safety, convenience, and route-free walls made with blue stone, all within your budget. The choice is easy. Reclaim your shower today. Don't just remodel. Reveal by Kohler. Schedule your free design session now and get no interest and no payments for 1 year, plus a free shower door. Reveal your shower's true potential at revealkohler.com or call 800-294-2357. That's 800-294-2357.
This is my mother, Tracy Banks. I had a really bad fall, and it was traumatic, which is why it's time to start thinking about senior care. I don't want the process to get in the way. That's why I'm so happy we found a place for mom. They provide personalized support that makes it easier to search for senior care options in our area. Jacuzzi bathroom model can take the updated, unsaid bathroom from this to this. It is little jacuzzi bathroom model with styles and options. And we'll deal with everything from start to finish. Right now, we're waiving installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year. Now, you can trust Jacuzzi to get the bathroom with your friends. With a special offer.
We get it. You work hard, so get the gear that works as hard as you do. Your business passion.
Just then, here's somebody there. I can see you. I can see you. Nearly 60 celebration at Bondi Beach in Sydney, Australia, killing 15 people. In the wake of such staggering hate and loss, a question echoed far beyond the beach. How do you keep believing when the unthinkable happens? In today's edition of Have a Little Faith, we get insight from the words of Ellie Schneider, who was murdered in that. At the time, he was putting the finishing touches on a book with his friend Nikki Bolton. It's titled Conversations with My Rabbi, Timeless Teachings. And Nikki joins me now. Thank you so much for being here. It
it's extraordinary on so many levels. But before we get to the rabbi's poignant work, can you describe the remarkable way in an ICU and you were in a coma?
Yeah, that's right. I've been managing years, and then it started managing me, and I got a very bad pneumonia and ended up in the ICU. And things went pear-shaped pretty quickly. And the head of the ICU came to me one morning and he said, if we don't put you into an induced coma, you're going to be dead in about an hour. Kind of focuses the mind. So I went under, and from there everything went blank for me. But my husband and my daughter were keeping. My daughter looked up while she was kind of crying, and she saw a very fast moving man, and she nudged her father and she said, "What is that about?" And my husband just legged it over to him, called out and said, "Rabbi," not being very sure he's not Jewish, if this was indeed a rabbi. And at that moment, Rabbi Eli Schneider turned around.
And at that point, I'm not going to you can tell us what happened afterwards, but you were not he was an Orthodox. And the idea was you asked the rabbi a question and Rabbi answered. Here's an example of what followed. You wrote in your book. Nikki, you wrote, if God is everywhere in the universe, why can't we see him? Rabbi Ellie, we're playing hide and seek. God hides, not to punish us. On the contrary, he hides to give us the joy of discovery, like a parent hiding behind a tree so their child can find them and squeal with the light. That moment of reunion is powerful by belief, like he did during the conversation, be acceptable of what.
No, that's right. I wasn't brought up in New York, and I had literally no understanding of Judaism. And Ellie made an invitation to me. In fact, when I was out of the coma and sitting in a hospital ward, he came to my bedside and he told me that it was his dream to write a book. And over the next year or so, he persuaded me that this was a good idea. And we started having these phenomenal conversations about God. And that those conversations, a little bit of what you just read there, started to make an invitation to me to explore my Judaism in a way that I never had.
And I want to put up a photo of you, Rabbi Ellie. It's almost an unbearable cruelty at the heart of this tragedy because you were on the final chapter of the book that he wanted to write that lists these questions and his answers. And when you were in that final part of writing the book, the rabbi was gunned down at Bondi Beach by anti-Semitic terrorists. And he was openly celebrating his faith on the first night of Hanukkah. Did it put all of these questions about faith and your faith back in the fore, or were you able to draw on what he had told you before he was murdered in a way that perhaps you hadn't thought of before?
Oh, I absolutely drew on his faith in order to complete this task. He had said to me many times that the book was very important, and he wanted an antidote to anti-Semitism, not something that cast Jews as victims, although indeed it's ironic that he was one. He wanted something positive to put into the world. So after he was murdered, I really drew on the conversations that we had and many hours, phone calls and thousands of words. And after he was murdered, it became even more urgent for me to share his words with the world.
And real quick, the rabbi was deeply aware, and you mentioned his surprising anti-Semitism, which ultimately took his life, but he didn't want to live in fear. If he were here today, what would he say to people struggling to have a little faith?
Well, the first thing he would have said to the Jewish world is be an out and proud Jew. Don't be afraid, don't cower, don't hide, be fully who you are. But I think Ellie's message really extends beyond the Jewish community. He was a man who woke up in the morning and thought about what kind of good he could do that day, and then went to bed that night wondering if he'd done enough. So I think it's essentially about hope and about goodness, and he was a perfect example of that. And he would have been the first person to say he wasn't a saint, but I don't think you get somebody very often who is just completely committed to doing good, and that's who he was.
Vicki Goldstein, thank you so much for coming on and sharing this book. It is such a great testament to a man, as you said, who tried to live in good ways. And it does absolutely have a message far beyond any one particular religion. Thank you again. And thank you for watching Inside Politics. CNN News Central starts after.
Greg Ferguson, American on Purpose, Saturday on CNN.
Nicole just found out Black Taste delicious flavors are made with 100% real milk and cream, just like a Black Taste. She also just found out her husband finished the last card.
Really? Okay.
Real delicious ice cream that treats you right.
Blubbering Cave with the Beacon. It's bundle and save on insurance with Liberty Mutual. It was good on the table.
What do you want me to say?
The line. Say the line. Oh, it's easy. The line. Okay, let's pick it up tomorrow.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
If you have wet AMD or DME, you never want to lose sight of the things you love. And your condition doesn't have to steal the moment. Long-lasting EYLEA HD delivers powerful vision improvements that can save your vision for the future. EYLEA HD is the first and only treatment for wet AMD and DME that gives you a chance for 5 months between injections after 1 year of successful response. Don't take EYLEA HD if you have an eye infection, eye pain, redness, or are allergic to it. Eye injections like EYLEA HD may cause eye infection, separation of the retina, rare but severe swelling of blood vessels in the eye, or increased eye pressure. It's an uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke. There's still so much to see. Ask about next generation EYLEA HD, a treatment retina specialist. Trust.
I wish I wasn't afraid to smile. I wish I could get implants.
I wish I knew to trust. I'm not looking for another quick fix. I want a smile I know lasts.
Clear Choice smiles are made to stand the test of time. They're built by dental implant experts, backed by 20 years of pioneering research and a lifetime warranty on premium arches. Our smiles are built for life. Schedule your free consultation today. Teens share everything, but through certain everyday behaviors, they could also be sharing bacteria that can cause meningitis. Even if your teen has been vaccinated in the past, they could be missing vaccinations recommended by the CDC against certain groups of meningitis. Although uncommon, it's a serious disease. Once symptoms appear, death can occur, sometimes within 24 hours. About 1 in 10 will die. Is your teen missing vaccination against certain groups of meningitis? Ask their doctor today. When curiosity strikes about the everyday lives of your family, we're here with answers only your ancestors can provide. See their stories and ancestry.
Matching with my therapist was very quick and easy. Really just checking in with somebody once a week is refreshing to be able to just share stories that you had. It's okay to feel things. It's okay to have rough days. Don't be afraid to find a better you.
For one, a freak hailstorm had cracking the screw solution and causing the night to take an unexpected turn. Inside had been created by Edwards Worldwide. Like Stare, Eagles, the TV show football, no one wanted to change. So they pulled out the bed entry now, which gives her a lot of harmony with what the soon the whole world was told. Make it please remember. Bet TM Sports Club. Make it much better.
The outside of my home to look great. That's why it's only LT for me.
What our asset just accomplished is nothing short of miraculous. We don't talk about big insults.
These histories together, they all made this country. This land premieres Sunday at 9 on CNN at Wednesday on CNN Now.
Closed captioning brought to you by Fetch Pet Insurance. Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch.
If I didn't have pet insurance, I would be homeless. The bills are astronomical. There's peace of mind knowing Fetch has us covered.
Get paid back with vet bills at fetchback.com.
Leaning House, President Trump reportedly telling his new pick for Director of National Intelligence that he should begin firing a large number of people, suggesting the office of the DNI would be eliminated altogether.
Plus $40 million in gold bars, $2 million in cash, dozens of luxury watches. The former CIA officer accused of stealing all of the above had a court appearance today. And crawling back to camp, a Sherpa climbing guide surviving almost a week on Mount Everest with no food or bodily oxygen. How did he pull off the impossible? We'll follow these big developing stories and many more, all coming in right here to CNN News Central.
We are learning some new details about President Trump's plan for the acting director of national intelligence that he has just chosen, Bill Pulte. In an interview with the Wall Street Journal, the president said he wants Pulte to start the process of firing a large number of employees as part of a shakeup of the U.S. intelligence community.
President Trump telling the Journal today, quote, "I'd like to see it smaller. I think there are a lot of it shouldn't be there." Let's get the latest from CNN national security correspondent Tasha Bertrand. Tasha, what more is the president saying about what he wants to see from Pulte as acting now?
Yeah, so the president was very honest with the Wall Street Journal, telling the reporter there that he wants to see a large number of firings at the Director of National Intelligence Office. He believes it is too big. And he wants Bill Pulte, who has very little, if any, actually none, national security and intelligence experience, to start that process during his time as acting director of that office. He said, quote, "We've made the Department of Education much smaller, and likewise, this should be much smaller, and this should maybe even be terminated, and we'll make that decision." So floating there the idea that this office, which was created after 9/11 to better synthesize intelligence sharing across the 18 agencies and units in the intelligence community, could be eliminated altogether, which would, of course, be a very significant step. But it's something that President Trump has floated before. He does not necessarily believe that the office of the Director of National Intelligence is all that important. He has leaned much more heavily on his CIA director, John Ratcliffe, than he ever did on the former Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. So this is something, obviously, that has been on his mind for quite some time. He now says that Bill Pulte, who he appointed as acting director just last week, says that because he is acting, because he doesn't have to go through that process of being confirmed for at least 210 days, he said, quote, "You're less shackled. It sort of gives you more power, for some time." So he's basically saying here, look, because he is not Senate confirmed, because he is on this acting basis, he can pretty much do what I want him to do, which is radically reduce the amount of employees here in this office, and also, of course, take on some of the president's preferred initiatives within the intelligence community, particularly election security, something that we've been very fixated on. So he can look at this obviously as an opportunity, but he can also look at this as an opportunity, critics can, as an opportunity for the president to mess things up quickly here with that 210 days or whatever, because the president has been very suspicious of the intelligence community, and yet this office of the DNI was put in place for a very key reason after 9/11. What else has the president said about this? Yeah, so this is something that my colleagues reported last week. He likes Bill Pulte because he moves fast and he breaks things, and that is exactly what President Trump wants to see. The problem, of course, is that Bill Pulte has zero experience in national security and intelligence. He was the Federal Housing Finance Agency director. He has no security clearance, or at least he did not before he was put into this position, which he will officially hold at the end of June when Tulsi Gabbard departs. And so that really underscores his lack of experience in dealing with any kind of intelligence or classified information. The fact that he didn't even have the clearance to handle that kind of intelligence prior to being thrust into this role. And so there's a lot of concern within the intelligence community here that he is simply going to be a yes man for President Trump. He is going to perhaps fire people who have ties to previous administrations, which of course there are many apolitical career employees in the intelligence community. But it's something that President Trump said directly to the Journal. He alluded to quote unquote holdovers within the intelligence community that he wants to see perhaps fired. And so that is, something that Bill Pulte could do in this new position.
Tasha Bertrand, thank you so much for that. New today, sources say Maine Governor Janet Mills is being encouraged to re-enter the Democratic Senate primary race against the presumptive nominee Graham Plattner, as new allegations are dogging him now. The New York Times spoke with 6 women who Plattner previously dated, 3 of whom described volatile and toxic relationships, including allegations of heavy drinking, infidelity, demeaning behavior, and in one account, physical intimidation. One woman also saying that Plattner knew that that tattoo he had gotten while serving in the military was linked to Nazism years before he claimed that he became aware of its symbolism. Plattner is responding.
There are some allegations in this piece that I just want to be kind of unequivocal about are simply not true. Anything alleging physicality, anything alleging that I knew what my tattoo was, and these are the statements of someone who's politically motivated.
Plattner also tells CNN that throughout this campaign, I've been open about what was a very dark period of my life where I struggled with undiagnosed PTSD, too often self-medicated with alcohol, was a far from perfect boyfriend, take responsibility for all of that and wish I'd been better. Any characterization beyond that is false, and I'm really politically motivated. I'm not proud of who I was then, but I am proud of the work I've done since and the movement we are building in Maine. We're joined now by Larry Sabato, the director for the Center for Politics at the University of Virginia. I wonder, Larry, and you're someone who has written a lot about campaign scandals and sort of knows the formula of this kind of thing. How much trouble is Plattner's campaign in?
A lot of trouble. Look, this is a nightmare scenario for Democrats and really for Plattner because the primary is next Tuesday. Now, in one sense, it protects him because it's going to be very difficult to revive Governor Janet Mills' campaign less than a week ahead of the actual election. And she hasn't been advertising or organizing or anything like that. At the same time, you accumulate all of these applications together. Maybe some are false or exaggerated, but it's hard to believe that some are true. There's this much smoke. There's a lot of fire. And as Democrats and Republicans always say when one of their candidates gets into trouble, they get nervous because they wonder when another shoe or two will drop. And often it happens. I believe Plattner has denied repeatedly that there would be any more shoes falling. Well, these all count as shoes.
Yeah, there's a closet of shoes it's becoming here. So he is set to return to the campaign trail tonight. He's got a rally with California Congressman Roy Khanna. And Khanna notably appeared to stand by his support for Plattner. He put out a statement Thursday night saying, quote, "The behavior described in the New York Times story was wrong and toxic. Graham has acknowledged that and sought redemption." I think, though, Larry, that if you had Democrats talking about a Republican, they might not be so charitable, right, in how they are forgiving and redeeming this behavior here. What are you watching for in response from elected Democrats more broadly who, when Republicans have done things that are wrong, behaved poorly, they've come down like a ton of bricks?
Yes, and you're right, by the way, redemption has also become partisan, along with everything else connected to politics. Of course, they're going to defend him at this point. They believe they probably don't have an alternative. And I've had several mention me something I didn't think they remembered. Those of us who are old enough to remember it, and it was Bill Clinton in 1992. He had allegation after allegation after allegation, mainly with women, but also with craft and other things. But it was too far along in the process, and the major candidates had already dropped out. But what happened? Bill Clinton got a united party. They gathered around him despite the scandals. He got the nomination easily, and of course won the general election handily and served 2 terms as president. So, you know, you never know how these things are going to turn out. But right now, this is a very unpleasant moment for the Democrats who can't, I don't believe, put the Senate together, put 51 votes in the Senate together without me.
Yeah, we can talk about this, right? We can look and analyze this race and the effect this is having, but it really comes down to Maine voters. I mean, they're the ones who are going to say if this is acceptable, if they believe him, if they forgive him. And I wonder how you think they might navigate those decisions.
Well, everybody's going to make their individual decision, but we live in the Trump era. It's a big difference. If you had a president or administration that was as clean as a hound's tooth, as Eisenhower used to put it, then I think the reaction would be very different, and probably Biden would be on his way out. But Donald Trump has a list of sins so long, we wouldn't have time to hear an entire 2-hour program to cover. So that creates the circumstances that enables a Democrat scandal to survive. And, you know, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, would not have been able to survive.
It is, by the way, a 3-hour program, but I think you would make the exact same point. And you're welcome on any of the 3 hours. No, that's fine. We're here for a very long time. Many fun hours here in the afternoon. Larry Sabato, thank you very much.
Thank you, Brianna.
Still to come, a much better than expected jobs report providing some reassurance that the U.S. labor market may be stabilizing. Ahead, what this all means for you. Plus, a Hollywood actor stabbed to death in his Los Angeles home, and police say the suspect is the person who called 911. We have new details.
And later, an incredible story of survival. A Sherpa found alive after spending almost a week on Mount Everest without food or bottled oxygen. That story and much more coming up on CNN News Central.
CNN has been honored with 6 news and documentary Emmy Awards, celebrating outstanding journalism, enterprise reporting,
Who knows the truth?
and stories that matter. This is CNN.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
That's for real. At least with Safe Flight, you can get that fixed any way you want.
Any way you want.
Schedule chip fix while I get my hair clipped. Yep, they can fix my glass while we fish for bats. If you want, they can recalibrate those safety features while I sit at home in my comfy pants. But sure.
Get it fixed any way you want at safelight.com.
Safe Flight Replace.
Even if your team's been vaccinated in the past, they could still be missing vaccination against certain groups of meningitis. The bacteria can spread through certain everyday behaviors, like sharing lip gloss. Is your team missing any meningitis vaccinations? Ask their doctor today.
It's time for a new bath or shower, but you can be faced with a hard choice. A luxury stone breaking your budget or thin plastic shower surround that only comes up. Now there's a better way. Introducing Reveal by a remodel service that combines the convenience, luxury design, and value that only Kohler can deliver. Kohler stone walls are grout-free, made from real stone, and installed in as little as 1 day. Plus, your products are backed by a Kohler lifetime warranty, so you know they're built to last. Now you can have it all. Safety, convenience, and grout-free walls made with real stone, all within your budget. The choice is easy. Reclaim your shower today. Don't just remodel. Reveal by Kohler.
Schedule your free design session now and get no interest and no payments for 1 year, plus a free shower door. Reveal your shower's true potential at revealkohler.com or call 800-294-2357. That's 800-294-2357.
The UPS store is more than just a shipping store. We're the packet, shipping, guaranteed store. We know running a small business takes a lot of work. So really, we've got your back, sweet. Because when you trust us to pack it and ship it, we guarantee it. So it'll get into the hands of your customers safely. Which is why we're the stand by our word guaranteed store. Get 20% off all the state packing services by visiting the upsstore.com/packing.
I wish I loved my smell.
I wish I could get implants.
I wish money wasn't so tight.
I wish I could justify the cost.
I wish my insurance could save me more on dental implants. See what it can do at Clear Choice. Show us your insurance card and save $5,000 on fixed full double arch plans. That's insurance assurance on a smile that's built for life. Schedule your free consultation today.
If you're a tool person looking for high quality, affordable tools, you know where to find them. Harbor Freight, all over the store, every day. At a time when the price of tools and everything else only seems to go up, we're working hard to keep prices down. And for quality tools you'll love, stop by Harbor Freight today. Unbeatable deals right now at Harbor Freight's marketing on sale. Don't miss out.
That's right, Mom and Dad. My new boyfriend rides a motorcycle.
Oh, it's just a cruiser for unwinding on the weekends. Protected by America's #1 motorcycle.
Responsible.
Very sensitive.
And he has a tattoo.
Temporary. For my niece. She insisted.
Oh, cute. Well, guess what, Mom? I chopped my hair off. Well, I stand corrected. It's lovely. No, it's not.
You're very in right now.
Greg Ferguson, American on Purpose, Saturday on CNN.
This is Tennessee, and the three remaining 60 Minutes correspondents told colleagues today that they will stay with the long-running news magazine despite recent turmoil at CBS. Leslie Stahl, Bill Whitaker, and Tom Wertheim issued a joint memo saying they were heartbroken over recent firings, but had decided to return.
CNN's Brian Stelter is with us now. Brian, what else did they say here about why they're staying?
Yeah, these correspondents had left. 60 Minutes would have been in an even more precarious position. So it was critical that they've agreed to stay on board for season 59. They say they are staying to try to preserve the show's reputation, and they're going to be watching very closely to ensure that CBS upholds its commitments about editorial independence. Here's a quote from the memo that was shared internally. It says, "We feared that our returning might be construed as an endorsement of the existing power structure, but that is simply categorically not the case. We're staying because we don't want to see 60 Minutes die." He went on to say the following: "If we can continue doing the work that made this show what it is, committing acts of independent, fearless journalism and storytelling, then we're here for it. If not, leave." 60 Minutes remains in a very tenuous and very tumultuous situation, but at least these three correspondents saying they will stay with the program provides some sense of stability for news executive producer Nick Hilton. I'm told that behind the scenes, Hilton fought very hard this week to try to keep this trio at the show. He knows what a devastating blow this has been since he was fired last week, saying that the correspondents and producers were fired. Hence, my colleague's dismissal earlier this week made an even bad situation much worse for CBS News. So this has been a crisis, but now 60 Minutes can try to move forward. At least it has three correspondents. It's going to have to hire more now. It's going to have to get a lot of programming. Season 59 premiere in September. The bottom line here is about trust. CBS News trying to restore trust. It needs these correspondents to help the network do so.
It's significant, though, Brian. It's not a vote of confidence in new management, this statement. It's more of a wait and see, and we'll stay committed if the program remains committed to our values kind of statement.
You are absolutely right. When these three correspondents are saying that if they notice any funny business, if they notice meddling, if they believe there's political maneuvering going on, if they believe Paramount is meddling, they're going to speak up. That's what they say to do.
Brian Stelter, thank you so much. Let's turn now to the latest jobs report, which shattered expectations. The economy added in much stronger than expected, 172,000 jobs last month.
The unemployment rate holding steady at 4.3%. That's what we're seeing here. The other big takeaways from this report?
Well, Brooks and Brianna, this was a big beat, and it does suggest that after the week 2025, the job market is getting back on track. So the 172,000 jobs added during the month of May, as you mentioned, that really blew away forecasts. And What's also encouraging was that March and April, they were both revised significantly higher. So now we have a situation where for the first time in 2 years, the economy is adding more than 100,000 jobs for 3 consecutive months. And look, this is a big shift from last year when there were a number of months where the U.S. economy out. This is April 2025. This is roughly when the president rolled out his global tariffs. And you can see how much pressure there was on the job market after that. But
Just found out lactase is good as 100%. Just without lactase.
Really?
Real delicious ice cream that treats you right.
Coming in to talk about the junior force.
We'll be the news for the 700 for customizing your contracts.
Why don't you come sit with us?
Oh, this makes only pay for June.
Liberty, 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 liberty. I told you I don't need these anymore. This critical time calls for the critical news coverage that Sling provides.
The most important news at the best price. Sling lets you do that.
What will you do when the power goes out? It is can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Generac.
Sensitive mouth and gums? Ever heard of Closest mouthwash? Your dentist in hygienist have. Closest is ultra gentle for sensitive mouths with non-burning mouthwashes especially improve gum health and straighten teeth. Closest, the gentle mouthwash for sensitive mouths.
This is my mom, and we are ready to discuss senior care. Living alone is not easy, so I've come to terms with having expert advisors and the resources provided by Place for Mom make it easy to find senior care options right here in our community.
You know your problems are chronic bruising touch points.
Ew.
Don't worry, baby. I'll show no mercy.
Pilots, we command to predict game in call sign, very cool.
You paid off early with that D65. Is ramp standing for rush hour points?
The aerodynamic. Closed captioning brought to you by Cardio Mobile, makers of the world's most advanced personal EKGs.
Check your heart from anywhere and detect atrial fibrillation with Cardio Mobile. The number and a personal EKG. $59. Cardio.com.
The ex-PIs allegedly stole $40 million worth of gold bars and stayed behind bars until his trial. David Rush, on a detention hearing this morning in Virginia, he was arrested 2 weeks ago on a charge of theft of public money.
It's not clear how Rush was able to work for the CIA for 17 years despite lying multiple times. Court documents show he even fabricated a stint as a Navy pilot. And Evan Perez is staying on top of this for us. All right, what happened in court today?
Still, such an extraordinary story. In court today, the defense was arguing.
Let's go, get up there, big guy. You don't need to be down here by yourself. And I don't need to be streaming right now. I'm leaving soon. You guys, enjoy your weekend. Do something amazing. I'm getting ready to go spend thousands of dollars, go for a ride, and just do a bunch of shit because that's what I mean. You should see my yard. It looks amazing. Joseph Sunderman's getting his shit together. It's a beautiful fucking thing. And I get on here just, I don't know, because I feel lonely. I don't know. I just want, if someone's around, they see me on here, they can just stop in and say hi, but I don't pay attention. Like it's I don't know why I'm on here. I think part of it's just getting myself comfortable having people watch me and knowing people could be looking at me without me even noticing. Like there could be people watching me. I get people asking me, "Hey, cool setup. Like, whoa, what do you do for a living? Like, what other technologies do you do? Anything other than AI?" Like, AI is nowhere near what I do. AI is just a extra add-on to what I do. It's what I do is I help people. I help them with their own ventures, or I help them with the ventures that they are doing for money. It's either a business or an individual. I'm helping you with your personal brand or your company's brand. I'm helping both people and businesses become self-aware of their involvement in their industry, in their community, and how what's holding them back from getting to where they're to their desired state. I'm living in my desired state. I don't want to stress about money. I stress about money years from now. I'm not stressing about money today. If I need to go get gas, filling up that tank, not stressing about it, not even sweating or thinking about it. Get hungry? I'll go get me some foods. I'll get me a filet if I want to and fry that fucker up at home, and it'll be the best steak you'll ever eat. I'm getting to a point where I'm comfortable and I feel good in my own skin and who I am. And now I have a beautiful wife that's, partnered, and we've been through 8 excruciating years of a blended family with 6 kids, and we're still holding, barely, but we're holding on because we really fucking love each other. I know I bring a lot. I bring a lot of value. I also bring a lot of baggage. I also bring a lot of anxiety. I also bring a lot of security and a lot of other things. I bring a lot of intensity to all things. That's one of my downsides. But I do want a beautiful life with intent. And I plan on getting there. If anybody wants to do any shopping for me, there's this knife set out by Benchmade right now. They're a culinary set. It's 3 knives for $900. I really want it. The white handle with the grayish tip in the either red or gold for the little ring. But yeah, that's pretty sexy. Stonewash. I don't know, black or stonewash. I don't think you can go wrong either way. I love my car. Do I want it to be more techy? I can add the technology I want to add to it, but I do love my car. I love my 4Runner. I can beat it up, and it's still sexy, and it's still a beast, and it's an awesome machine. I love my home. Life does this thing. Like 6 months ago, I thought I was losing my home. I thought I was losing my wife. I thought my businesses may implode. I thought it was not a good state. It was not the ideal state to be in. I'm lucky to be where I am right now. I'm grateful to be where I am right now. I'm very, extremely grateful. 296-0437. Thank all you bastards for putting up with me. But it's Friday. And I've done enough work for today.
It just makes it look easy. Well, just. Explore your own deal on your Hotel Trivago. You can negotiate every invite. Now it's chess season with Zyrtex Fast 24-hour relief. So say yes to patio hangs. Say yes to your whatever it is. Seize the day with Zyrtex.
I wish I could just watch live sports at home for a great price.
Choose and customize your channel layout. Pause and watch for free. Slade will let you do that. He's back to work. This is my dad.
She never lets me.
To take care of it. And as your member becomes a bit of a best senior care. I did find a place for them. They provide free, dedicated senior living guidance so that we can find the best senior care.
I don't understand the outcome. Thank you. The opposite. They penalize this like how you just hunt